call the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees to order at 9:30 a.m. You may join today's meeting in person via Zoom, webinar, or watch the live stream from College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. If we can have roll call, Dr. Garcia, please proceed with the roll call.
Good morning. Student Trustee Paul.
Present.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Present.
Trustee Bettis.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning, present.
Trustee Stefan.
Present. And at this time, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. If I could have our student trustee Paul, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. This time we'll move into the board agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon the determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present, that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local government, local agencies subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. 2.02, confirmation of agenda. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda from May 19th, 2023?
None.
Hearing none, the agenda stands approved as presented. At this time, we'll move into public comments. This is 3.01, requests to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular agenda items. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person, by email, to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the direct discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the agenda will be available during item 17.01 of today's agenda. Armando, are there any public comments, people that have requested to speak?
Yes, Chair Stefan, we have one individual wishing to speak via Zoom, and that is Carol Esquade. And Carol, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good morning and thank you. I have learned that our president has recommended the VP of Human Resources to take the helm as acting president for a brief period next month. This VP does not meet the minimum qualifications of 5 years senior management experience required for the position. What is quite baffling is that we have a VP of Student Services who exceeds these qualifications. He is a seasoned, well-respected leader and a demonstrated champion, advocate, and ally for all, regardless of race or ethnicity. However, through no fault of his own, he is not a person of color. Or is this in retaliation for the legal action that VP Baker has taken against our current president? Is that why the most qualified member of the executive cabinet is being overlooked? We shouldn't repeat the errors of the past by appointing another executive who doesn't meet men quals, as was done with Christina Tafoya. We need to turn the page and enter a new era to begin the long, hard process of healing the damage done to the college over the last 2 years. At COD, we espouse that our core values include diversity and inclusion. The catalog states, we embrace the diversity of our community and uphold the dignity and worth of the individual. Diversity means having a range of people from different racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, and cultural backgrounds who have differing lifestyles, experiences, and interests. And inclusion means recognizing, appreciating, and valuing the talents and skills of individuals from all backgrounds. So in closing, I'll leave you with these words of wisdom from the esteemed Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King from many years ago that are even more relevant today. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Yes, we have another individual on Zoom, and that is Ernie Rios. And Ernie, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Great, thank you.
Ernie?
Good morning, Madam Chair and trustees and everyone that's joining us this morning. I'm really excited to see the advancement on the progress today for the expansion of the COD campuses. As we're dealing with the decline in enrollments across the country, it's critical for us to be able to afford our students the opportunity for equitable access to a post-secondary education. So I thank the trustees and the leadership at the college for making that possible for our students. With that said, I'd like to also call on the board to move forward with its commitment to the thermal campus. Over the years, the college and its leadership had been working with the East Valley and the Thermal Oasis Council to ensure that we can bring that same type of equitable access to a post-secondary education to all students across the region, including the East Valley. It's my understanding from your last board meeting that some of the funds that had been allocated to the thermal campus are going to be repurposed for other projects across the valley. And so I call on you to ask that you advance the commitments that were made to the East Valley so that our students can again have access to a post-secondary education. As an alum of College of the Desert, I know the value of a COD education, and it's again critical for us to be able to offer that type of access to students across the region. So I applaud you for the commitment that has been made and the advancement that has been made to offering these opportunities to students across the region. And I ask that you continue to move forward with those commitments that have been made over the last 5 to 10 years to the East Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. And are there any additional ones?
That was the last request for a public comment at this time.
And that's in person and on Zoom, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving the agenda forward, we're now up to public updates. This brings us to 4.01, the Proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month. At this time, I'd like to invite our student trustee, Alan Paul, to read the proclamation. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you. Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed in the United States since 1949, and in April 2023, the White House released a proclamation on National Mental Health Awareness Month 2023. Whereas in fall 2020, the National Suicide Hotline Designation Act was passed by Congress, establishing 988 as a 3-digit nationwide mental health and suicide crisis number available and accessible now. And whereas even before the pandemic, millions of Americans were experiencing stress, trauma, anxiety, and heightened levels of depression, and the COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbated those conditions. And whereas, despite disturbing data trends that show dramatic increase in case of depression and suicide attempts, especially among women, less than half Americans struggling with mental health illness receive the treatment they need, even if you're within minority and socioeconomically challenged communities. And whereas College of the Desert offers a number of no-cost mental health-related services to students, including confidential mental health counseling, preventative intervention, evaluations, and screenings, on-campus and off-campus referrals for specialized services. And whereas the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District reminds everyone that we all have an important role to play in supporting our community members living with mental health conditions. Now therefore be proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District hereby declares May 2023 as a Mental Health Awareness Month at the Desert Community College District. The Board of Trustees encourages all of the faculty, staff, and students to promote and join in the observance through the Desert Community College District, city, state, and nation.
Thank you so much for that reading. That brings us to 14.02, Faculty of the Year Award. At this time, I'd like to invite Oceana Collins, COD Faculty Association President, to present the Faculty of the Year Award. Please go ahead, Oceana. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. It is my honor today to introduce my colleague in the social sciences, Dr. Mzilikazi Kone, who has been voted as COD's full-time Faculty of the Year for her incredible work. So I'd like to talk a little bit about her accomplishments and her education. Dr. Mzilikazi Kone has a BA in Human Rights with a focus in Latin America from Indiana University, an MA in Latin American Caribbean Studies from the University of Chicago, and a PhD in Political Science from UCLA. Her doctoral dissertation work focused on how marginalized women organize politically. Dr. Kone started as an adjunct faculty member at COD in 2016 and became a full-time faculty member in the fall of 2019. She has been a co-advisor for the Black Student Success Center for 4 years and had the honor of going with BSSC members with 3 students to Ghana this past fall. She has worked alongside co-advisors to grow the Black Student Success Center and confront equity issues facing Black students in the Coachella Valley. She serves as a co-chair to the Diversity Committee and has helped to create the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Access Council at COD. While working with this committee, she is most proud of the shift in COD hiring practices to focus on social justice and equity in our community as desired goals for new faculty members. Dr. Kone has been working to build our social justice studies program at COD and has also worked to help build our new ethnic studies program, which has included the creation of many new courses at our college. She is very proud that we expect to have a new full-time faculty member in ethnic studies in fall 2023. Outside of teaching, she is obsessed with zombies and works on an academic podcast coming out of Arizona State University on the same topic. She was recently invited to speak at the Desert X event at the Palm Springs Art Museum and spoke on teaching as a social justice issue. She plans to continue thriving and participating in our local community, both inside and outside of our college. So.
And thank you, Oceana. On behalf of the board, I want to extend our sincere appreciation to Dr. Kone's outstanding contributions to our institution. Congratulations, Dr. Kone, on this well-deserved achievement.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all you do. And at this time, we'll have the Adjunct Faculty of the Year Award. If I could invite Kathy Levitt from the College of the Desert Adjunct Association President to the table to present the Adjunct of the Year Award. Please go ahead, Kathy.
And Chair Stefan, unfortunately, the awardee for the Adjunct Association was unable to attend this morning. Kathy is still here. If you'd like to say a few words.
Would you like to
about
say a
the
few words, introduce the person to us so we know?
I was going to say them in my speech.
award? In her report.
Okay. Okay, if you'd like to do that, that'd be fine. We'll wait for that then, with bated breath, okay? Okay, and that brings us down to 4.04, props to poetry. At this time, I would like to invite Ruth Noland, the professor of English, to introduce our student readers. I'd like to welcome Professor Noland.
And Professor Nolan is on Zoom. You should be able to speak to us. Hello.
Hi, everybody, and to our board. 10 years ago, at the start of another school year, I was tired. My daughter just had her first child. And a young man, a young enrolled student, kept coming to my office and he said, "Can you help me start a poetry club? We really need poetry on our campus." And I just had to say yes. Persistent and unrelenting, we have to have poetry, he said, no matter what's going on in our lives. Impressed by his passion for all things poetry and the power of poetry to build community and transform, I signed on to be the club poetry advisor and watched him take off and help create a thriving poetry scene at COD. Today, I have the pleasure and pride of introducing this young man, a COD alumni, Arturo Castellanos Jr., to the board, along with his outstanding sister, COD student, Erica Castellanos, two impressive power poet young people who happen to be poetry pillars across the valley and beyond. Arturo and Erica are siblings who share a passion for poetry. They are the founders of Props to Poetry. According to Arturo, this is a collective of poets, writers, and storytellers that use the power of words to inspire and change in our communities. They host workshops, open mics, and poetry slams around the valley, with an emphasis in the Eastern Coachella Valley. I have helped them connect with some very high-profile literary events throughout our valley and beyond, including the Joshua Tree High Desert Stories event, a big reading in Riverside County, poetry recognition, and most recently on the #Happening stage at Intersect Palm Springs Art Show. So let's welcome Arturo. He's going to read a few poems.
Welcome, Arturo.
I'm all right. Thank you, Ms.
Wait, if you speak into the microphone, we'll have a recording, if that's all right with you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you, Ms. Nolan, and thank you to the board for allowing me time. I'm gonna start off with a poem, and then I'm gonna get into like what props to poetry. Is that all right with y'all?
That's great.
I'm gonna step back so I can. This poem is called. I don't know. Can y'all hear me all right?
Well, we want to record it.
Recording. Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you.
So my name is Arturo, and this poem is called ECV, or Eastern Coachella Valley. I live in beautiful sunny California, between the San Jacinto Mountains and the Chocolate Mountains, and a little hole in the ground known as the Coachella Valley. This little hole in the ground is home to nearly 300,000 people, with over 35% of us being Latino. And even though it's a small hole, there's a huge difference between the east side and the west side. Best of the West, from the Palm Springs Film Festival to the Coachella Fest, Indian Wells Spa and Resort. This is the image of life in the desert. But where I'm from, the east side, there lies an ugly truth magazines tried to hide. Endless fields and unpaved roads, back-breaking labor, and we're all still broke. Bending over for money instead of reaching for our dreams, this desert is a spiritual wasteland as it seems. Everything's polluted from our air to our water. We're all legal over here anyway, so the EPA won't even bother. Uncivilized statistic, undocumented alien, uneducated student, it's no wonder you're failing. Environmental racism feeds the people's pessimism. It's a clear case of classism with no action or activism. There's much room for criticism. Factories are blowing out smoke. Now my neighbor has asthma. I can hear him when he chokes. Can't even laugh anymore. Life is no joke. And people dare tell me that my life is boring. This is the Coachella Valley, an East Side story. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have some words written down, if I may. My sister was not unable to attend, unfortunately. She had other responsibilities. So our mission statement is, we are props to poetry. As Ruth Nolan has mentioned, we are a collective of poets, writers, and storytellers using words to inspire change in our communities. We host workshops, open mics, and poetry slams around the valley, with an emphasis in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Another reason why there should be more education and more opportunities in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Because it is an underrepresented, disenfranchised communities of Mecca, Thermal, Oasis, and North Shore. Since most of the members that form our organization are from the Eastern Coachella Valley, we are no stranger to the struggle. Coming from mostly immigrant parents, working agriculture and service jobs, barely making enough money to pay our rent and to feed our families. We live in what's known as frontline communities, experiencing some of the worst effects of climate change, such as the Salton Sea drying up, exposing toxic playa, and with the wind picking up, that's why there's so many high rates of respiratory illnesses in North Shore and West Shores. We are also experiencing environmental racism, which is defined as racial discrimination in environmental policymaking, enforcement of regulations and laws targeting communities of color for toxic waste disposal, and citing of polluting industries. An example would be Western Environmental, which is a power plant in Mecca that emits high levels of toxins such as mercury and arsenic into the air, less than 20 miles from an elementary school where my nieces go to school. And again, these students from these schools also suffer from high levels of respiratory illnesses, including asthma and bronchitis. Growing up in the Coachella Valley in the city of festivals, such as Coachella Fest and Stagecoach, constantly bringing tourists more each year, always reminding us that we are here to serve them. And now gentrification pushing the housing market further out of reach, how realtors turning low-income housing into expensive Airbnbs, pushing people out of their homes and onto the streets. At a young age, we became aware of how our communities struggle, and we began to question, is this the way it must be? How can we take the narrative into our own hands? And we decided to start Props to Poetry. Through workshops, we hope to help our communities by giving them resources they need to express themselves. Through open mics, we create a platform where there's no difference between the audience and the stage, that we are all performers, that we all have a story, something to say, and we all deserve to be heard. This is not us giving people a voice. This is us reminding people in our community that they already have a voice, and that it's time that we start using it to speak about issues that are important to us, to stop waiting for others to save us and to learn to rely on each other, to build a network of mutual trust, respect, and support. And to close out, I'd like to quote Lila Watson. She's an Aboriginal elder and activist from Australia. She said, "If you have come here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound with mine, then let us work together." Thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Professor Nolan, and thank you, Arturo, for sharing your incredible poetry and life story with us. Your creativity and passion are inspiring, and we appreciate the effort that you put into crafting such beautiful pieces to inspire and change the world. Please keep up the excellent work. At this time, we'll go into the minutes. 5.01 is approval of the April 21st, 2023 regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of April 21st, 2023? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. 5.02, approval of the April 26, 2023 special meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of April 26, 2023? If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. At this time, we'll go into the reports. The Associated Students of College of the Desert, ASCOD. Trustee Alan Paul, you're also the ASCOD president, so could you please give us that report?
As for ASCOD, we had our elections launched and had a much greater turnout than previous years, and we'll be having more student representatives for the 2023-2024 school year. Shout out to Natalie and Isaac Zarco to assist in having such a great turnout. The results are given. Kelly Merchant has been elected as the president of ASCOD. As the highest ranking official, Kelly will be responsible for leading and overseeing the ASCOD activities, making key decisions and representing the organization to external entities. And with her strong leadership, I know she will do good. She'll be filling in a title that hasn't been on since the school year of 2021-2022. Dewan Nunley, I still have a hard time saying that name, but he has been elected as the vice president. In this role, Nunley will be supporting Kelly and assisting various duties, including inter-club council, which may include managing internal affairs, collaborating with other officials, and stepping in for the president when needed. Donovan Up has been elected as the Officer of Communications. Donovan will be responsible for managing and overseeing all communication efforts within the ASCOD organization. This may include handling internal and external communication, maintaining public relations, and ensuring effective dissemination of information within our social medias. Felipe Robles, which is Armando's brother, which I found out yesterday, has been taking or will be taking the Officer of External Affairs position. Felipe will be responsible for establishing and maintaining relationships within our SSCC group and organizations and other institutions around our region, and will also be our Region 9 representative. Their role will involve advocating for the organization's interests and managing external partnerships and hoping to bring those ideas to College of the Desert. Isaac Zarco has been elected as the new student trustee. As a student trustee, Zarco will serve as a representative of the student body, voicing their concerns and interests at the board decision-making level. Abdiel Morales, Denzel Garcia, Caden Olson, which is Ireland's brother, Kiara Thomas, and Madigan Escobar has been elected as independent senators. As independent senators, they will bring diverse perspectives and ideas to the organization. Their role will involve participating in discussions, providing input on important matters, and representing the interests of the constituents they serve. We will have our training for the new elected members coming in June 26th, and we'll ensure the training will set them up for the next year. I'm excited for what this group will bring to our college, and I congratulate all of them and wish them the best for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. And we wish them the best as well. And thank you for your service as well. Okay. And then we have College of the Desert Foundation, the auxiliary, they have no report at this time. The Alumni Association, Betsy Young, the Executive Director for the Alumni Association.
Betsy informed me this morning that she's feeling ill and was unable to attend, but her report is available online for anyone to view.
Okay, so we will get copies of that, and we wish that Betsy will have a speedy recovery and feel better very soon. California School Employees Association, CSEA. Jim Lilly is the CSEA president. Is he here or online?
Yeah, Jim was unfortunately also unavailable to attend, but his report is available online.
Okay, hopefully we'll be able to have him back at a future meeting, and we'll make sure to reference his report as well. And then the College of the Desert Adjunct Association. Kathy Levitt, please.
I am here.
And you are here.
But I've been sitting too long.
Oh.
I have a leg that fell asleep. This is terrible. Okay. Board, Madam Chairman, Madam President, CODA would like to start by congratulating Christina Dodo on her selection as the Adjunct Faculty of the Year. That's actually a Senate election that occurs, and since she is one of the adjunct senators, I'm talking about her so she doesn't have to talk about herself. And she has been both an instructional and a non-instructional adjunct at the college for a number of years. She has been very active as our Senate representative for at least 2 years. And we're very proud of the selection and the fact that we had a large turnout in the voting, okay? CODA would also like to congratulate Mike Gladich on his election to the Faculty Senate. Mike will serve for 2 years as one of the 2 adjunct representatives. We are 350-something adjuncts right now. We get 2 representatives to the Senate only on this important governing board. And Mike's going to be one of them. He's been a senator before, and he's also active in CODA. CODA welcomes Anna Hernandez to CODA's executive board as the new membership chair. She's interim, filling in for Signorina Saldivar, who went full-time and walked to the dark side. We want to thank Kim Dozier, Dr. Kim Dozier, outgoing president of the Senate, for her service to the college. And during Kim's tenure as Senate president, adjuncts were able to participate on more committees and on a more equal footing than ever before. She's also got a very nice German Shepherd dog named Lexi. CODA looks forward to working with the new Senate President, Corbin Wild, to continue the inclusion of adjuncts to the academic life of the college, and she's got 2 very fine doodle dogs. CODA also and always is grateful to Oceana Collins and CODFA for the solidarity and common cause we have shared, and thanks to CSEA for the work that they do and their strength of purpose. A few words about commencement. As we are about to see our students walk in commencement, it's not the end of their time at COD that we celebrate, but the beginning of the rest of their lives. COD as an institution is also on the threshold of a commencement of a different sort, with the opportunity to start fresh and leave the contentions of the past 24 months or so in the rearview mirror. We urge you to do that soon. However, CODA again urges the board to find an external interim president and to rely on yourselves to identify a strong, qualified, independent replacement for the vacant post of Area 3 trustee. We would also like to mention that I understand this afternoon you're going to be interviewing folks, okay? And only one of those 4 people that you're interviewing made any effort at all to reach out to the faculty, and that was Rod Odin, okay? So just so that you know that there was somebody that did care enough to call us, you should be aware of that. Lastly, we would like to wish Dr. Martha Garcia much success as she departs for her new position at Mount San Antonio Community College. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kathy. And we're grateful for the dedication and commitment and the positive impact that you're making on our students. And we'd like to congratulate Professor Dodo on this well-deserved achievement and thank her for her service and commitment to the college. And thank you to Michael Gladish. At this time, we'll move on to College of the Desert Faculty Association. If I could have Oceana Collins come forward. She is the president of CODFA.
Hello and good morning again. Good morning, Superintendent President, Dr. Garcia, trustees, and College of the Desert community. I would like to begin my report today by taking a moment to thank Dr. Garcia for her leadership at College of the Desert. From the moment you became our president superintendent, you have fostered an environment of openness and communication. You accepted your position at a time when things were very challenging in the midst of a pandemic. And as anyone who is in a position of leadership knows, it is difficult to make everyone happy, even in the best of times. But you fulfilled your position with dignity and grace, listening and making tough decisions. It is clear to me that you care deeply about this college and this community. I wish you the best at Mount San Antonio College, and you will be missed here at COD. In celebration of the end of the academic year, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize some excellent work being done here at our college. COD is committed to building bridges between our institution and the community. Some great examples of this work include Dr. Mzilikazi Kone and Dr. Elizabeth Walker, who created the Roads Talk series, in which members of the COD community and community leaders have been invited to speak to the campus via Zoom for 1 hour about their research and career. It has been happening for 1 full year, and they are expanding it to include speakers from the surrounding area. Each semester, they plan on having 3 to 4 speakers. The Career and Workforce Solutions Center and the TRIO Veteran Student Support Services Program faculty and staff hosted the Careers in Law Enforcement and Protective Services. The panel featured prominent professionals experienced working within various areas of law enforcement and protective services, including California Highway Patrol, College of the Desert Medical Services Program, College of the Desert Public Safety Academy, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Los Angeles Police Department, Riverside County Protective Services, and Riverside County Sheriffs. They shared tips and information that helped our students learn about exciting careers within these areas. This spring, the annual Math Field Day was a great success. Faculty from the Mathematics and Computer Science Department hosted students from Desert Hot Springs High School, Rancho Mirage High School, Summit High School, and Indio High School, who came to the Palm Desert campus to have fun while completing competitive mathematics activities. High school students did not compete against each other, but instead competed in teams formed by students from different schools, so that the students met people from different backgrounds and learned to work in teams that include people they do not already know well. Our COD arts, music, and theater programs continue to provide culturally enriching opportunities that serve our community and educate our students. Here are some examples. The recent production of Man of La Mancha at the McCallum had a first by deciding to enlist the talent of more COD students and faculty into the music theater performance class than in previous years. The cast, the musicians, the assistant director, and the crew were made up of many current and former students and faculty. In the fall, the Fantastics played at Theater 2 to happy audiences, and in the early spring, the production of Midsummer Night's Dream played at the Pollock and was very well received. Our theater program has also started a paid internship with the CV Repertory Theater, the Valley's regional equity theater. The Art and Art History program, along with the Walter N. Marks Center for the Arts, provided a variety of free, culturally diverse events this semester, starting with a campus-wide collaboration featuring an all-faculty and staff art exhibition, accompanied with live performances from the music and English faculty. Monumentally Fragile provided students the opportunity to meet the artists, ask questions, and engage in large-scale art installations not commonly exhibited in the Coachella Valley. The Art Center Art History Faculty and Black Student Success Center created the African Art Showcase, a high-flex presentation exploring the ritual, thematic, and creative approaches focusing on a portion of the African art collection housed at the Marks Art Center and displayed for the event. Through the Lens and Chicano Topography, a Chicano-inspired exhibition featuring renowned photographer Luis Garza, showcasing some of the works that have captured crucial social justice movements throughout history. Chicano Topography featured artists that deal with the universality of the human condition, but through the lens of their Mexican-American experience. Luis and Abel Alejandre attended the opening and provided a walkthrough of their work, Q&A from those in attendance, and portfolio reviews of student work. Dr. Eliu Benavides took his Latin American history class over to the exhibit. This offered the students a tangible experience of topics discussed in his class. May I go over? Revolution, I'm almost done, featuring visiting artist Virgil Ortiz, a Cochiti Pueblo contemporary artist from New Mexico. His artwork focused on the Pueblo Revolt of 1680, often left out of the history books. He lectured about his history, native performances, and his multimedia installations. Virgil met with students individually and led a clay workshop. A final exhibition collaborating with the Desert X Art Club has created strong bridges between the local high school art programs. Given all of this remarkable work, I would like to give a special shout out to our full-time faculty in music theater and the arts, Dr. Anthony Fesmeyer, Dr. Lisa Socio, Professor Janet Miller, Professor Emily Madigan, Professor Christopher Reba, and Professor Jenny Carey. This work, trust me, is just the tip of the iceberg of the remarkable things being done here at COD. Thank you to all part-time and full-time faculty who make our campus a diverse, engaging, and dynamic learning environment. As we get ready to experience our long, hot summer here in the Coachella Valley, let's remember to celebrate all of the employees, part-time and full-time, faculty, classified and staff, managers, and administrators who make COD a great place to work every day. Thank you. There we go. Am I on? Okay, good. Hi, everybody. I've been taking yoga this spring in a nearby studio, and the other evening before class, I was speaking with the instructor, and when I told her where I taught, she said, "Oh, I only hear good things from people who take classes there. Great things. You do good work." I thanked her and was happy that College of the Desert is still meeting the needs of our community where it matters, in the classroom and through our student services. Despite our challenges and disagreements, we do good work, and we should really commit to focusing our efforts 100% in these spaces where we have the most impact. This is not a place for politics and special interests. This is a community college, and as I have reminded this board frequently over the last 2 years, this board represents the whole of our service area equally. Our students live down the street on both sides of Monterey, in North Shore, off the I-10 Pass, up in the mountains, in Indio, Palm Springs, Salton City, and everywhere in between. We also increasingly will serve more students from outside our community as College of the Desert becomes a teaching college through the California Virtual Campus starting in the fall. Those students will be just as much a part of our community as the students who physically live here, and we must serve them equally. As we complete the spring semester, graduation is just around the corner, and I look forward to seeing everyone at this student-centered event. We celebrate them and their families and all that this means to so many in our community. For many of our students, they are not just the first to graduate from college, but often the first to have even graduated from high school. Many of our students' families came to this country with a dream of providing a better education for their children, and we have helped entire families realize this dream. COD does that work, and it is good work. This is my final report as Academic Senate President, and while it has been a hectic 4 years, who knew when I stepped into the role in 2019 how much the world would change a few months later as we all became fully remote workers, teachers, parents, children, friends. But it has been both professionally and personally rewarding, if not always easy. I want to welcome our new Senate leaders and thank our outgoing leaders as I conclude this report. A thank you to Mary Abril, outgoing Chair of Educational Technologies and Distance Education. Mary has juggled her robust teaching in digital design and production while being a doctoral student in the Education Leadership Program, completing the requirements for tenure, and being a mom to 2 amazing children. And she always does all of this with calm thoughtfulness. Yolanda Bender will be taking over from Mary as the chair of Ed Tech, and I know Yolanda's business sense will serve her well in this role as she continues to develop our hospitality program to meet the ever-changing landscape of this industry with creativity and innovation. Corbin Wild has been an enthusiastic force behind COD's assessment work for many years, and she has led the Outcomes and Assessment Committee with that same enthusiasm this past year, including bringing a final piece to fruition this spring with a resolution on closing the loop of assessment, an important accreditation requirement. Christy Camacho will be taking over for Corbin, and like Corbin, her enthusiasm for authentic assessment, closely tied to actual student learning, will serve us well. In addition to taking over the helm of OAC, Christy has already been busy presenting at national assessment conferences and leading discussions on campus about infusing equity into assessment work. And a huge thank you to the incomparable Donna Green, outgoing chair of faculty development. Everyone at COD knows Donna. Donna is a tireless advocate for students and faculty professional development, having shepherded the FLEX program, AQ, and the new faculty orientation for many years. Donna ensured we had a FLEX program immediately after the 2020 malware attack when no other systems at COD were online, and she has continued to provide a mix of modalities at FLEX to meet faculty and staff needs.
She has helped new faculty feel welcomed and supported, in addition to supporting AQ, a faculty training program that leads to increased success for disproportionately impacted student groups in the classroom. Leif Jordan will be taking the reins of faculty development in the fall. As a longtime COD math faculty, Leif will take this experience to further develop a supportive framework for new faculty while ensuring existing faculty, through Flex, have engaging professional development opportunities. I want to thank Senorina Saldivar for being a strong advocate for the adjunct voice on Senate this past year. While Senorina has recently started in a tenure track counseling position at the college, her dedication to ensuring equity and representation for adjuncts has been appreciated by me. Mike Gladich, a seasoned adjunct faculty leader, will be the new incoming adjunct representative to Senate, and because of his past work with Senate, he will hit the ground running. Thank you to my colleagues who put their faith in me to represent them for the past 4 years. You have my utmost respect, and I'm looking forward to returning full-time to the teaching ranks in the fall. And last but certainly not least, I leave things in the very capable hands of Dr. Corbin Wild, incoming Academic Senate President. As mentioned above, Corbin's enthusiasm is infectious, and she is well respected by colleagues across the campus. I am looking forward to watching Corbin take on this important role, as I know she will be wildly successful, no pun intended. Please take care and have a safe summer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dozer. And I'd like to wish you and the outgoing academic Senate officers and leaders the very, very best. We appreciate all the hard work you do. We know that the last 4 years have been challenging ones. We've met obstacles that we never even dreamed previously we would ever be faced with. So we really appreciate all that you have done for the college and for our students here. Thank you. Before we begin our governing reports, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our student trustee, Alan Paul. If you could step forward, Alan. This will be Alan's last meeting, and I want to express our sincere appreciation for the amazing contributions that he has made over the past year. Alan, we are truly grateful for the time and effort that you've dedicated to representing the student body. Your commitment to ensuring their voices are heard and addressing their concerns has been exemplary. Your service as a student trustee and as the ASCOD president at the same time has made a significant impact on our institution, and we commend you on your exceptional service. In recognition for your dedication, the board would like to present you with a gavel plaque as a token of our gratitude for your previous year of service. Ellen, would you please hold it up for our guests to view? Thank you so much. And, you know, I don't think we've ever had a student trustee as dedicated as you and also fulfilling the student presidency role. So, I mean, that is just really remarkable, and I wish you the very, very best. I understand that you're applying to the nursing school. I wish you the very best. I hope we'll be seeing you graduating for that in a few years, and hopefully I have no return visits to the hospital to see you there.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And once again, Ellen, thank you for your outstanding service. We extend our best wishes for your future endeavors, and we have no doubt that you'll continue to achieve great things.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go on with the governing board reports. And with that, I will now give you the floor to you, student trustee Alan Paul, to provide us with your report.
Thank you. So as my term as a student trustee comes to an end, I would like to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation for the incredible journey and privilege it has been to serve all of you. Being a student trustee has been a transformative experience that has enriched my life in countless ways. When I was elected as student trustee, I had several goals in mind. However, as my journey progressed, I realized that there were gaps in student leadership that needed to be addressed to meet the student needs on campus. This shift in focus became apparent when I assumed the role of chair of ASCOD, prompting me to prioritize representation and establish a strong leadership group. I observed that in order to secure a strong future, it was essential to address the impact of COVID-19 on what it did to this remarkable program and the opportunities for the student involvement. I recognize the importance of leaving behind a legacy that would continue to inspire and empower future leaders, serving as a solid foundation for ongoing progress. Much like a single domino that can set off a chain reaction, I firmly believe that the impact we made within my group today will ripple into the future, shaping the trajectory of our organization and those who come after us. I urge this board to embrace the power of collaboration and teamwork, particularly within the next student trustee. Together, we have achieved great things, and through unity, we can reach even greater heights. It is crucial to build strong relationships, foster open communication, and create an environment where everyone's ideas are valued. By working together, the next group can unlock the full potential of their team and inspire them to contribute their best. As I pass the torch to our new student trustee, Isaac Zarco, I am confident that he will build upon the foundation we have laid and make an even greater impact than I have this year. I trust Isaac to embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, understanding that our present actions will shape the future of our organization. Additionally, I'm excited for Kelly Merchant as well, and the strong leadership she will bring to the table for the next ASCOT group. Witnessing her growth and leadership abilities has me excited for the experiences she will bring in the future. I am easily grateful for the experience, memories, and lessons that I have gained during my time in this trustee role. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the incredible contributions and achievements that the future holds for our college. I wish all of you the best as you embark on the new chapter of leadership. May your efforts create a domino effect of inspiration, growth, success, and that will resonate for years to come. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And again, we wish you the very, very best. Trustee Kinnaman, your report, please.
Trustee Kinnaman shared that he's losing his voice and provided his report in writing. We've uploaded it online, and it'll be available, and I'll distribute these
So it will be
copies.
available for us to read. Okay. And I'd encourage us all to read that so that we can know what his thoughts were today. Trustee Perez, if you could, thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Armando.
And we're having that passed out to us in case the audience.
I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate our students on their tiny home project. I got a chance to go check it out a couple weeks ago, and it was really cool and impressive. I was surprised at how much space they were able to utilize with such little footprint, and it was pretty amazing. And always amazed at the amazing things that our students do. I'd also like to congratulate Professor Dodo and Dr. Kone on their recognitions. Dr. Kone, you seem like an awesome person and professor. I really wish that I could have taken one of your classes, and I think I might go observe you in action if that's okay one of these days. I'd like to thank Dr. Dozier for her service and as an academic senate president. Thank you so much for all that you contributed to the college, and I'd like to congratulate all of our new student leaders and senators as well. I want to acknowledge Arturo Castellano for his beautiful words. Arturo and I actually went to high school together, and we share a passion for our community. And you heard it from another individual other than myself who is young and lives in the area and recognizes the great need in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Finally, I'd like to congratulate our student trustee and the rest of our students who are graduating. I'm extremely excited for commencement, and I'd like to also thank Andre Pacheco for stepping up and organizing, and everyone else who was involved in helping out. Looking forward to next week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Perez. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you when we were getting these passed out. I just wanted to let the public know that we did receive a copy of Trustee Kinnaman's board report. Okay, so I apologize that I interrupted you at the beginning. Trustee Gonzalez, if I could have you give your report at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hope you feel better, Trustee Kinnaman. I just want to congratulate again all of the recipients of, whether it be Instructor of the Year or everyone else. Congratulations. It's always amazing to hear all the great things that are going on. And as most of you know, I am also COD alumni, so there's no question that this college is extremely important to this community. And it's always so wonderful to hear and to just make sure that everyone is reminded of all the awesomeness that takes place on this campus. And of course, that's credit to leadership under Dr. Garcia and, of course, all staff, regardless of their rank. I want to also congratulate, I wrote her name down and now I can't find it, the recipient of the scholarship for STEM. I'm trying to remember her.
Grecia.
Grecia, there you go. I could not for the life. I wrote it down, I'm not sure where. I just want to congratulate her. I remember her coming forward and the professor speaking of her and her brother. And I remember saying to them, "You're going to do great things." And I was like, yes, the universe was listening. So I do want to congratulate her. What an achievement, to drive all the way from across the border to come here. It's just, what a story. I really hope someone follows up with that family for a few years because you talk about a story of overcoming barriers and obstacles. That's quite the experience there for anyone. Unfortunately, due to my work schedule recently, I wasn't able to attend the banquet and some of the festivities that have occurred. But I did see a lot of the pictures on social media, and it just looked wonderful. There were community members who were present and were sending me pictures and just saying, this is so great, thank you so much. Apparently, I've been here 3 years, but 2 of those were during the pandemic, so I feel like I was cheated a little bit, out of the experience. But apparently, our sports banquets are at a whole different level than they've ever been, is what I'm hearing back from students, as most of you know from the work that I do. As an actual living, I do interact with a lot of our students because they're coming from our school district. And I just want to thank everyone who's involved in ensuring that those events are so well organized, put together. I know the sports banquets are always amazing. I think our director does a great job at facilitating these, and I really do love the fact that we can make our students feel valued, because that's, at the end of the day, that's what it's about. It's not easy, representing the entire Coachella Valley, but, it's always just great to see that, regardless of tough decisions and whatnot, that the good work continues. So just, again, congratulations. I know a lot of our sports teams did really, really well this year. And again, just thank you to everyone who contributes. Dr. Garcia, I know this is your last meeting with us, and I just want to say thank you. You took the job in the midst of, unfortunate circumstances, right? Before you even got here, there was just so much rage and apparent anger and just a whole bunch of politics going on. But you loved our community enough and felt the strong ties because of the fact of your mother working here in our great vineyards, that you wanted to come here anyway. And you knew what you were facing, but you did it. And I just want to appreciate you. Now that I've had an opportunity to know you since you've been here, I truly appreciate the love and sincerity that you have for our students and our community, and that you were just able to weather the storm. I really want to appreciate you. I know I hear from a lot of staff that your leadership has been just, wonderful for them, and they feel valued and they feel like you're approachable, open door policies, and I just want to say thank you. Your future employer is very fortunate to have a woman of your caliber at the helm. And I hear great things about that university. I can't say that community college is better than ours. I wouldn't say that, but I know it's a very, very, I believe it's the largest community college, correct?
The largest single community college
Single
district.
community college district, yeah. So I wish you the absolute best. Your leadership will be missed here. And again, I just want to thank you for your honesty, your transparency. And it's just so refreshing to have had 3 years to develop a relationship with you and really get to know you and see your heart, because that's, you wear it on your sleeve and it's apparent. So I just want to, just say thank you, gratitude, and hopefully you'll stop by and visit us every once in a while. So thank you very much for everything, and wish you the absolute best.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Okay, for my report, I'm going to try to make it very brief, but there are several things that I do want to do, and that's congratulate our faculty. The year is almost over, and I think I've said this every year since I've been on this board. To me, this is like Christmas in July, even though it's only May, but it's hot enough here that it could be July from where I grew up. So it is kind of like that. It's like unwrapping and seeing all of the wonderful things that you as a faculty and a staff and the leadership and the administration at the college have achieved in the past year or 2 years or 3 years with our students. And seeing all of those young students that came in here scared, not knowing what their future was going to be, walk across that stage next week, that is like unwrapping however many people we have graduating and wrapping all those presents, but also seeing their parents, because that was their parents' dream when that child was born, for their child to have a better future with a great education. And we've been a part of that, and you have made it possible because you are here in the trenches at College of the Desert. There have been many events, and as much as I disliked us having to bear through the COVID-19 crisis and all, it has brought many great things available to us that we didn't have before. One is to have many of our activities prior to graduation where I can go back and I can watch it live stream. And this year, I've really, unfortunately, been unable to attend many things, but I've been able to participate still by live streaming it or looking back at the YouTube version of it and being able to feel like I was a part of it. But I do want to remind the public there are some things coming up tonight at 7 p.m. in the Pollock Theater, College of the Desert Jazz Combo. That's always one of my favorite events to attend. That is tonight. I will be masked up and I will be there because I need to relax a little bit. And then also next week, unfortunately, I do have to teach next week on May 23rd. It's also graduation for my students at Amistad. But from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., Professor Luis Rodriguez from the art department will be doing a live model painting demonstration. And I read through the flyer on that, and it sounds like that is just going to be something to see because it really sounds exciting. I've done a little bit of research from other community colleges because I did attend the CCT conference a week ago this last weekend, the first weekend actually in May. And Mount San Jacinto has an EMT CIF fire science dual enrollment with Murrieta Valley High School. That sounds really exciting. And I thought, man, that might be something that we could do here. And maybe it's something that we can initiate in maybe the east end of the valley, and it would provide further opportunities for our students. I don't know what the requirements for classrooms are or any of that, but it sounded like they set it up with their EMTs and fire departments rather than actually doing it through the college. They kind of utilize the community more. So maybe that's a possibility for our future. As many of you know, Today, we're going to be having a special meeting at the conclusion of this meeting for the provisional appointment for our trustee of Area 3. That will give us back a 5-member board. So we will have all areas of the valley represented, but we will have then 5 people that are representing the entire Coachella Valley again. And it's already been brought up that we need to have a fresh start when things change like this. And I've tried to ensure that we had unity, inclusion, and openness, and that we were looking to the future and keeping things moving at College of the Desert. And I'm hoping that once things start changing, that everyone will come back on board and just relax a little bit and say, okay, let's start fresh and let's get this together. Let's do what we do best here at College of the Desert, and that's work together for our students, our college, and our community. And I know that many times when I'm here at the board meetings, I'm really only preaching to the choir, but hopefully that message will get out into the community. And I want to thank our current superintendent president, Dr. Garcia, for the hard work that she's done in the last 2 years. She's attempted to weather a storm that was raging in her face and threatening to just take her under with every turn. And, you know, I've lived in the desert for 41 years. When I first came here, it was a nice little quiet town. You could drive literally from Indio to Palm Springs in a record 25 minutes and get to the airport. And you weren't considered speeding, and that was on back roads. You didn't have to go the freeway to do that. Now you can't do that, okay? We're a much larger community. At that time, I didn't know much about College of the Desert until I had to take some classes here because I wasn't credentialed enough to be able to teach a math class. So that was the classes that I took out here so that I could teach those classes to my students. And, but, you know, people didn't talk much about College of the Desert. It was kind of like something that, you know, was there. People knew it was there, but not much was being done. And over the years, it kind of progressed. When I came on board initially as a trustee in 1999, it still wasn't talked about much. If it was talked about much, it wasn't talked about in a positive light. It was like the place where people went if they couldn't go somewhere else. And I didn't like that because I remember when I had gone off to college and I wasn't successful the first few times. And it wasn't that I was slow or something was wrong with my past education or anything. It was just that I couldn't figure out the system. And I came home and I went to the local community college and they picked me up and they put me back on my feet through all the hard times and the trials that I had in my life. And I was so grateful to them. And that was why I initially ran. And I wanted people to see our community college in our valley in that light. Because to me, a community college is what it is. It's a college for the community. And it is for the people, for everyone, so that they can go to higher education and they can be successful. And I found out that the faculty, the leadership, the adjunct, the classified, everybody here at College of the Desert was one big family that worked tirelessly to make it a successful place for everybody that came here. They opened their arms, they opened their hearts. You know, if you could put the Statue of Liberty any place in the world, I would have put it at College of the Desert. The only thing was the community didn't see it that way. And over the years, I've watched the community rally behind College of the Desert and come to understand how important it is and how successful it can be to our public. And the last 2 years have been extremely difficult for me because I've seen the community praise it, but tear it apart, praise it and tear it apart. And I've seen the college community become divided. And that is something that should never happen because we're still here. Every single person is here, no matter what side of the table you sat on, no matter how you felt about anything. Everybody's been here for our students and trying for our students. They might see things differently. And what we've got to do is we've got to come to a common ground and say, this is what's best for our students, and this is where we need to move forward. And maybe I'm preaching to you right now, and I apologize, but I spent Mother's Day in the hospital from, I think it was a stress-related chest pain, but I had to undergo all those ridiculous tests that they make you go through, and then they tell you everything's inconclusive, and then they make you feel like you're kind of like a space alien when they release you. So I apologize, but I want you to know how I feel and how important this college is to me. And with that, I will stop preaching, and I will turn over this part to President Garcia so she can provide her report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stefan. I want to start by congratulating Dr. Kone and Christina Dodo once again for being honored. I want to thank Dr. Dozier and the outgoing senators for their commitment and their service. I want to congratulate Trustee Ellen Paul. You make me so proud. Seeing you and the students who have achieved this major milestone in their lives really drives me. It fills my soul, and it reminds me that, if we could pull up the presentation, it reminds me that it takes a collaborative effort by all the amazing employees at College of the Desert to help you achieve this major milestone. There are extremely dedicated, as we know, and we have heard this morning, team members here, faculty, staff, administrators, and every single role is critical to the work that we do. The trustees' role. We are collectively committed to helping you achieve every goal that you intend to achieve and to help you, as you said, a pathway to the next journey. So we're proud of you and every single student and their families as well. On May 4th, graduates had the opportunity to start celebrating their achievement. They took cap and gown photos, participated in a cap decorating contest, and shared video testimonials showcasing their student experience at COD. Before I transition, I also want to make sure that I acknowledge the COD Foundation, because talking about a collective commitment, they're included in that collective commitment, and they believe in you, and they work tirelessly to support our students and help them achieve their dreams. So thanks as well to them. The athletics banquet was held on May 17th, and our student athletes, coaches, staff were recognized for the exceptional sports season that they had. I want to start first and foremost by acknowledging and congratulating our men's tennis team. They won the state championship. We were informed that they have scored the highest score in the history of this match, which has been held for over 100 years. And COD tennis team holds obviously the highest score in its history, which is phenomenal. I also want to highlight their achievements. They did extremely great. We had 31 all-conference honors, 5 playoff appearances, 4 state championship appearances, and we celebrated them on May 17th. I want to thank everyone that participated and helped organize the Rock and Roll Block Party on May 17th. About 200 students and their families attended the event. Students were provided assistance with their admission application. with registering for courses, with assistance for applying for financial aid or the pledge program, and a resource fair took place. So it was lively, and students benefited tremendously from those services and that guidance. I want to end by reminding you that the upcoming end of the year events include on May 22nd, the Emeritite Tenure and Retirement Celebration, which will take place at the Pollock Theater at 1 p.m. On May 24th, we will celebrate commencement. We are extremely excited. It will be held at Acrisure Arena, and it starts at 4 p.m. And I want to thank everyone who is helping coordinate and support every end of the year event. This is the most amazing time of the year, and commencement is the most special day of the year for us as a community college. I want to conclude by stating this is my last in-person board meeting. However, I will participate in the June board meeting virtually. I will send out a message to the campus on June 2nd explaining the next steps, but I want you to know that we keep on working hard. There is so much to do, and that I'm committed to do the best that I can until the last day that I no longer serve you. I will continue working hard, and I'm trying to do everything that I can to support the next incoming president. I want that person to succeed. I know how difficult it is, and I'm going to do everything that I can to support that person and all of you as you transition. I wish you the best. I have so much love for our students, for this community, and for the work that we do in the community college system. So I'm grateful, I feel privileged, and that concludes my remarks.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll move into the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Before we take action, please note the public content for item 8.03 was updated on May 18th, 2023 to include only items that require board approval. I would like to first request that we pull consent agenda item 9.07 for individual consideration. Are there any other requests to separately consider any of the consent items?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
9.2,
9.02.
yes, number 4, and number 20.
Are they under that?
Yes.
Okay, well, we have to pull the whole item and then we'll discuss those. Okay.
Chair, if I may as well.
Uh-huh.
9.11.
9.11. So 9.11. Oh, 11. Okay. Anything else? Okay, seeing or hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda item, which has been amended, 9.02, 9.07, and 9.11 have been pulled, and the item 8.03 was updated on May 18th. So is there a motion to approve?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as it now stands. Is there any discussion at this point? Do not discuss the items that have been pulled, only the items that remain. Huh? Okay.
There's no
Seeing
discussion on
none,
this item.
we'll move on to the vote. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Paul,
Yes.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And I guess you guys were trying to tell me that I did not need to have discussion. Is that it? Okay. Didn't read the script right. Okay. Okay, now we're going to go to the items that were pulled from the consent agenda, the consent agenda. And we're going to, this will be action 11.01. The first item pulled from the consent agenda is 9.02. I believe, Trustee Gonzalez, you pulled that. Would you like to make a motion to get that on the table?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just the motion at this point.
I move for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, now
I'll
second.
second.
Okay, now, discussion.
Sorry about
Usually I go to the maker of the motion, that's why I was trying to get you to make it, so go ahead.
My apologies. I caught up in shifting documents here. Number 4 with the Kaleidoscope Company. This is dollars for the proposed campus, correct?
Yes, do we have Mac available to provide details?
I believe Robert Rauscher is standing by on Zoom. Let me confirm. And yes, he is. So let me go ahead and move him over to panelist. Robert, you should see that prompt on your end here shortly. And awesome. Okay. And Robert, if you can hear me, you should be able to unmute yourself and turn your video on here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, trustees, President Garcia. Item number 4, correct. This is for the interior design and furniture and equipment consulting for the Palm Springs Development Project.
Okay, and I know that I've asked this question because I was quite surprised at our last board meeting to hear that we were moving dollars from projects that have already been earmarked. Are any of these funds, were they available, or was there anything that had to be shifted over to cover these costs?
That's a question I can't answer. Forgive me, Trustee Gonzalez. The way that we're directed to address these contracts is we're told that the district has set aside the funds to make the work happen, and then we get the contract proposal. We submit that proposal for approval. Once it's approved through administration, we follow through by making sure that the paperwork is executed. But as to where the money originates from, that's not something that the bond office has any oversight over.
So I will confirm that the funds are available to cover this cost.
Can I ask a question? Would we have had to have the equipment and the furniture? It says non-kitchen, non-audio visual, so we would have had to have it for a classroom anyhow. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the reason we make the distinction, Trustee Stefan, is because the audio-visual equipment and kitchen equipment will be addressed by a different consultant.
Okay, so I guess for number 4.
Was there anything else for 9.02?
Yes, number 20.
Number 20 on that, can you slide down the scroll down, please? Thank you.
Do we have a representative from?
We don't, Trustee Gonzalez, because when we went to research this, just in general, all items, but I specifically conducted additional research on this one, the board made a commitment in early summer 2021 to a 3-year agreement. The board took action, and this is the final year of that agreement. Therefore, obviously, this is a commitment that had been made. If you would like to request for the representative CBEP to attend a future board meeting, I suggest that you include that at the end of the agenda as a request.
Yes, and I do remember this item coming forward, and we did in fact vote for it. But just taking time to educate myself and, learn a little more about a lot of different things. I have a question. And it'll probably be moving forward, right? Since according to this, we're in a agreement with them until 2024. But I would like to know how many students are participating? And how many of them are from College of the Desert? Current students, and in what role, and how are they, who are they shadowing, and so just a little more specific questions.
Perhaps we could add that as a future agenda item even, or study session. Anything else?
No, I think that's.
Is that, okay. Okay, is there any other discussion on this one from any other trustees? Seeing none, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
On item 4, that's a no for me. On item 20, that's an aye.
Well, wait a minute, we didn't separate those.
Can we separate them? Call the question.
Okay, you want to guide me through this one? We're in the middle of a vote, and then she wants to separate.
Yeah, the times that are separating would have been prior to the vote. At this time, you're in the middle of the vote. You have to
We're in the
continue.
middle of the vote, so we cannot separate.
Correct. Well, you could have done a motion to divide, but that would have had to be prior.
Be done prior to that.
Right.
Yes, okay. Okay, I apologize.
Well, so do I for not,
So you
Only
need to tell her to
procedures.
Vote overall then.
yeah, so I will go with no.
Okay.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
motion carries.
And that brings us to 9.07. If we could have that put up there so we can see this. Oh, yes, this is the quarterly data. And I asked to have this pulled so that we could have kind of like a little training on this or study session. Oh, I need a motion. So could I have a motion, please? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we got double second there. Okay, and now, a training. Okay, here we go. Our big trainer here. He's got the big books. He's all ready for everything we could possibly ask and then somehow. And he's still smiling. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is our CCSF quarterly report. We used to have to do a quarter 4.
Oh, I don't think you're turned on.
Oh, I'm sorry, there we go. Sure. So what we're seeing here today is our financial quarterly report for quarter 3. We have to do 3 quarters throughout the year. The final quarter, we used to have to do a quarter 4 and a final, which didn't make any sense because they were the same report. So no longer do we have to do a quarter 4, we just do a financial one. So, so what you see here is they'll show you the revenues and expenditures for the past 3 years with the actual amounts, and then our projection amounts based on what we think we're actually going to produce in FTES and the other matrix that we have that constitutes our funding. So as you can see here, the top part shows you our estimated projected final numbers for our revenue and expenditures. And then it also shows what we project to be our FTES at the end of the year. We won't know. We've done P2, so our FTS reports, 320 report, we go P1, P2, and our annual reports are actual FTS that does not have a factor in it in order to estimate what they are. So this is our P2 estimated amount of 9289.95. It also shows our cash balance as of March 31st in the county of $42 million. And then where we're actually at as of March 31st with our revenues and our expenses. So as you can see, the expenses show they're trending about right, about 67% after 3 quarters. Although our revenue looks a little low, that's really usually a timing with our apportionment that we get from the state. And since we did submit for the emergency provision, we're guaranteed the funds from last year as well. So I wouldn't be too concerned with that number being low. And then the following area is just a couple questions that are submitted, whether or not the district has settled any employment contracts as of that date. Is there any significant events in that quarter, as well as does this district have any significant fiscal problems that must be addressed for this year or next year? And luckily, all those answers are no. And like I said, we bring this every quarter, and then what we will be doing is, once we finish the financial, when we're doing the proposed budget, part of that proposed budget will show our carryover and how we finished the year.
And this is our third quarter report.
This is
right?
the third quarter report.
Okay, does any trustee have any questions on it at this point? Okay, and it looks like we're pretty good right now, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that is because we have that, what do they call it, hold harmless?
Yes,
thing?
hold harmless, and then we also did the emergency provision prior
An
to
emergency
making-
provision. But I want to remind all board members that those things, and all members of our college community, that those things could be pulled back depending on how the economy unfolds. this
Correct.
next year.
So there's hold harmless, emergency provision, all are good unless the state does not have the funding to fund all the districts. And then they'll submit a deficit factor across the state, and then those funds are guaranteed as long as the state has them.
Yeah, and then also at the conference, they said that if there is a problem, that they could shorten the time span on that. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention, because that is something that we do need to try to consider what it would look like if we did not have those provisions in place from our government.
Yeah,
to
and
assist
the
us
hold
at this time.
harmless will sunset 24, 25 as well.
Yeah, yeah, and supposedly, hopefully it lasts that long. That's what they were saying. Okay, so just to let everybody know that it could be worse or it could be nice, okay? But we do have to get our numbers up, and that's the whole name of the game, right?
Yes, that is the driver is.
Full-time equivalent
is-
has to get up
yes.
there. Okay. I did get something out of the conference. Okay, does anybody else have any questions or anything that they'd like to address, or individual that knows how our budget looks? Okay, so since there's no other discussion, we can have a roll call on it.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez, trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and now we move to 9/11, and I believe you pulled that, so would you like to make that motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll move.
Okay, the motion's been made. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, it's been made, the motion's been made and seconded to approve 9/11, which,
Yes, Madam Chair, I have questions related to, I guess, number 5 and number 6 on the document. What exactly is number 5 accomplishing? If there's a $0 amount, if I can get an explanation on that. And then number 6, scroll down a little bit. Was this money, I guess, earmarked for another project, and we are moving it from a project to now the Palm Springs Development Project? And if so, why is it more expensive? We've already allocated quite a bit of money towards this project, and it seems like it's only getting more expensive. So if we can have some clarity on those questions, please.
And we do have Robert still available on Zoom to address those questions.
So we'll start with number 5, is that right?
Absolutely. Number 5. Can you all hear me?
Hello, Robert, yes.
Hello. So trustee Perez, number 5 is a contract extension for time only with no additional charge. This renews an existing contract for this company, Terra Nova, to continue their environmental impact planning and reporting for the project. There's no additional allocation here. Does that?
So, why do they need more time?
Because the project is continuing to move forward and their original contract date was already expired.
I see. Okay.
Mhm.
And as for number 6, where that says that the funding source is Measure CC funds, so that's bond dollars. Were those dollars earmarked for another project already, and are we shifting dollars from that project to cover this cost?
These dollars are part of the $405.7 million that the Board of Trustees voted to approve for allocation to this project back in February. As to where those dollars may or may not have been before, I can't speak to that. It's only known to me as part of that 405.7.
Thank you, Robert. Dr. Garcia, were these dollars earmarked for another project?
So I think the reason I believe, and clarify this if I'm wrong, that the question regarding were dollars earmarked or not for this project. So there was an allocation of funding for this project. The board approved a resolution to allocate a total of $405 million with $700,000 to this project. What you were presented last month, and yes, we are pending the final schematic design for this project. What you were presented last month was a scenario that in the event that this project comes out to the estimated cost, because what I directed the VP for Admin Services and in working with MAC for Moss was to make sure that we allocated what the board approved. And you saw a potential deficit of almost 19 million in Measure CC bond dollars, but that will be confirmed and determined once you receive the final schematic design for Palm Springs. So once you receive it, and if it's determined that you need the total $405,700,000 that you approved as a board, then you're going to have to make a decision in regards to which project you would reduce potentially almost 19 million from. What I did mention, and I want to make sure I stated publicly, is that that funding is available in RDA dollars. That is my recommendation, that you, if in the event you have to reduce that amount from one of the projects that you supplemented with RDA dollars. But ultimately, you're going to have to make a decision. You made a decision of the allocation as a board, and the total allocation that you approved was $405,700,000. So therefore, there is funding available to cover these costs.
But if I'm understanding you correctly, it seems as though we would need to pull dollars from either other projects that the district is looking at over the next few years. Okay, thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Robert, was this, can you put the thing back up there again? Is this an increase in the amount, or is this a new amount, or how does this fit in?
This is an increase to the existing contract for the full design team. The original contract of 16.1 million was based on a smaller project, and we have now increased the size of that project and the scope of the project to return to the March 2021 scheme as directed. And so there is a commensurate increase in the design fees across the board. This covers the architecture firm, and all of the engineering and consulting firms involved with the project as well. The good news is the rate of their fee has not increased. They're still at approximately 8%, which is right at the median level for the market for these kinds of services.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Seeing none? Yes.
This contract does not get approved today. What is the consequence of the contract not getting approved?
In the short term, the consultant team is willing to complete the schematic design through the end of June, as we've already been directed to do. However, as the project proceeds further down the road, failure to approve this contract would cause significant delays and increases to the construction cost of the project ultimately, in whatever form it should take.
Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion, questions?
No, it's going to be a tough decision, but even at the last board meeting stated and will state again that I am just not okay with us, and I know it's going to happen, we've already been told, down the road, have to not fulfill our commitment that was made to another project, regardless of the location. Could be here on campus, renovations or whatnot. And at the end of the day, that's going to have to drive my decision. I do understand that, their delays have consequences as well. And, I also understand the frustration in our community, since this project apparently should have been built, I don't know, somewhere about 15, 20 years ago. But, just kind of want to make that comment out loud is what I'm feeling, what I'm thinking. And, that's just my concern, is that with cost rising all the time, I just have a feeling that this project is going to be way, way over. And not a fault of anyone, but it's definitely going to impact somewhere. And I just don't know that I want to do that to our students here.
Okay, any further discussion? Now, I'm going to go to my parliamentarian because I have a question, and I'm going to ask it to the person that was the maker of the motion. You brought up two things in this. Do you want to separate out part 5 and part 6? Can I ask him that as amendments and then take the rest of the item by itself?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to divide item.
It'd be an amendment, I think. Is that correct?
Motion to divide is correct.
Oh, motion to divide.
I'd like to
Okay,
make a motion to divide item number 5 and 6 to vote on them separately,
And do you want to do each one by itself?
each one individually.
Okay.
So you'll have 3 motions, if I'm understanding correctly. All of the rest of consent, then 5 by itself and 6 by itself.
Correct.
Okay, now, and I think what we'll do is we'll take the rest of 911 by itself first. So we're looking at 911 with the exclusion, which incorporated Palm Springs Development Project, which is a 0 increase. So is there any further discussion on that? Seeing none, let's vote on that one. That's number 5, this one.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
No.
trustee Stefan,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, and now we're to 911, item number 6, which is the Warren Studio Palm Springs Development Project. So we're looking at this by itself. Is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
No.
trustee Gonzalez,
No.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye. It's divided, so it did not pass.
Motion fails.
Okay, so moving on. We are now down to action item 12. This is the trustee Area 3 candidate interview process. Do I have a motion to approve trustee Area 3 candidate interview process as presented? Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? And before we go into that, we have an amendment because doing the math on this, as you could probably figure out, there could be a problem. So I'm going to read the amendment that came up with. I move to add a point at the end of the nominations section to read, if two finalists are not identified and there is a candidate with a majority of nominations, that candidate will be considered a finalist, and only the remaining two candidates are eligible to be nominated. If a second finalist cannot be determined, all three candidates will move to a vote. If there are no candidates with a majority and the board, which could happen, which would be 2-2-2-2, and the board is unable to reach a decision, a special election will need to be ordered. So this is in the event that we have a statistical anomaly during the nomination process. It is something that is plausible. So this is an amendment so that it would be addressed prior to being in that predicament. So I need a second to that motion. Okay, now we can discuss it. Anybody have anything they'd like to ask or question?
And right now, you're just discussing the amendment.
Just this amendment to it, yes. Okay? Does everybody understand the first part? The first part is if we took a vote and maybe one candidate got a 4 or a 3, and then the next candidate got 2 and another candidate got 2, and if it was a 4-4, then the other candidate got none, or if it was a 3, it could be a 2-2 and 1, and the one candidate would move forward, and then the 2 that got 2 would then be up for a vote, but it is possible that the next round they could each get a 2 again, which would, what this would state is that the 3 candidates would then move forward to the vote, okay? And that's the first part of it. The second part of it is if it came out that initial vote as a 2-2-2-2, and when we took a second vote, because you can have a second vote for nominations, it still came out 2-2-2-2, then it would go to a provisional ballot, because that's the only other option we would have. We're trying to cover all things, looking at it from all the possible. That's what I used to have my kids in middle school do. What are the probability of this and this and this? So does everybody understand the thing? I know if you're a visual learner like I am, you might want it on a whiteboard, but I don't have a whiteboard, so I apologize. And I know I've got some math people out there that thought, oh, well, that's easy. Okay. But some people might not be that quick on it. Does anybody have any questions? Does everybody really understand what I'm saying? I got one nod. I got a couple nods.
Looks like you put a lot of work into this, huh? I can see that.
Try to think of everything so that there isn't a problem. Okay, so If there are no questions, everybody believes they understand this process, then this is just the amendment what we are voting on, okay? And I want to thank Armando because I was picking his brain last night as I was going through this.
What would we do without you, Armando?
I don't know. You had to pick somebody's brain because mine was starting to fade again. Go ahead.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now, that becomes part of the main motion, is that correct, Carlos? Okay,
Yes,
now
ma'am.
we're bringing it back onto the main motion. Oh, wait, I made the motion for the amendment, and I did that. Okay, so now it's part of the main motion. So now I just have to vote on the main motion, right?
Now you just need to discuss the,
The main motion, and then
yeah,
we
in
vote
its
on it.
entirety.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so now, this is the entirety of the provisional trustee candidate process. Okay,
What's the timeline in terms of the process? Just to get clarification.
it starts from the time we start, each candidate, because each candidate will be asked the 10 questions. There's explanation part before that. They're each given about 2 minutes to answer the 10 questions. So that's 80 minutes roughly just for the responses to the questions, but the questions could be repeated, so it could go longer than the 80 minutes. And then there's the voting for the nomination. It's not voting, it's nominating, okay? And each trustee gets to nominate 2 individuals. And then at that point, hopefully, we don't have to go into the amendment part of it, and we have 2 individuals, and then we just ask 1 question of the 2 remaining candidates, and then it goes to a vote. If we have a clear winner, we're done. If we don't, we go to the next question, and it's a simple majority for that process. So it would mean 3 out of 4.
Is this all in one day?
Yes. Well, unless you brought your pajamas, your toothbrush and everything, and it goes over, but we only have 3 or 4 additional questions. I don't have them in front of me, so I don't remember exactly. It's only 3 or 4 additional questions. One time we did do that, and we still got out of here in the same evening, so. Yeah, but if we get to a point where we cannot reach a clear winner, it will go to the special election. Okay. So, any other questions? But that's a great question. How long, I don't know. Okay, seeing no other questions, let's go ahead and take the vote on the process, please.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Oh, and I will say, let me say this, that we tried to follow the process exactly as the way it had been done in the past 2 provisional appointments. We did not have any clear record of the prior 2 that I was a part of. I only had my own recollection, so we went primarily by the last 2 because we had video of those, okay? So we could even do that part, if that makes any sense, okay? So we're doing it in the same format. I should have said that before, and I apologize. So now, the next thing, 12.02, board self-evaluation. I need to appoint a subcommittee as outlined in BP 2745. The board is committed to assessing its own performance as a board in order to identify its strengths and areas in which it may improve its functioning. And I would like to appoint Trustee Gonzalez and myself because we've been to innumerable training this last year. And I think we've seen a lot. We've tried to learn a lot and try to go forward with it from there. And she will be the incoming board chair after December with the rotation process if she so chooses. So I'd like to appoint the two of us for that. So if I could have a motion to approve that, I'd appreciate it.
So move.
Second.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any discussion on that? And I'm sorry I put my discussion in when I made the motion. I was out of line, wasn't I, Carlos? Okay, since there's no discussion, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, 12.03 academic calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the 2024-2025 academic calendar as presented?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And I want to say thank you to everyone that worked so diligently and hard on that calendar. And does anybody else have anything they'd like to say? And seeing none, let's have a roll call vote.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and now 12.04, the Board Policy 4010, Academic Calendar. This is the second reading. Do I have a motion to approve Board Policy 4010, Academic Calendar, second reading as presented? If you could just flash that up there since this is the second reading, so that everybody knows what they're, oh, this is just the Board Policy.
So moved.
Great, okay. So can I have a motion to
Motion.
approve this?
I believe trustee Kinnaman.
Motion.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
And a second.
A second.
Thank you. And is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And now we're into 13, administrative services, 13.01 budget revisions. Do I have a motion to approve item 13.01 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
And I have a second. Is there any discussion? And seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and that brings us to 13.02. This is resolution number 051932-1. This is authorized signatures. You guys have seen this 1,000 times, I think, by now. Do I have a motion to approve this item 13.02 as presented?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. You can take your pick on that. And is there any discussion? I'm shocked nobody wants to say they don't want to sign something, huh? And roll call vote.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye. Sorry.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
13.03 is notice of intent to award a contract for bid package number 4398P-0500 MTAR rebid. Do I have a motion to approve item 13.03 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 13.03 as presented. Is there any discussion?
Let me just say that I'm happy that the awardee is a local.
Yeah, it's neat, huh? Yeah, there used to be a time when we didn't have anybody we could get, or nobody bid, I don't know, whichever it was. Okay, so any other discussion? And roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Paul,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Gonzalez,
Aye.
trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, information, human resources, 14.01 CSEA MOU, International Education Program. This item is brought to the board today as information.
VP Galindo, can you please come forward in the event there's any questions, or would you like a brief overview, trustee?
Yes, I think it'd be nice.
Thank you.
So we have something on the record.
Good morning, trustees. Before you today is an MOU that was negotiated with CSCA on the impacts of a reorganization for the international programs. After speaking with the area director, there were some positions that he and his area didn't necessarily think after vacancies occurred, they could be reallocated appropriately to better serve his program needs. And as a result of that, a negotiation in front of you is what we agreed to with CSCA. They do have one impacted individual that was reorganized into a higher level position, and that was actually part of your consent agenda that you approved earlier. So the actual appointment to that position was also documented in the consent agenda item. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions they'd like to ask? Thank you so much for giving us that brief overview. And that was information. Next thing is 14.02 CSCA MOU EOPS/care technician FTE permanent increase. This item is brought to the board today as information. And could we have a brief overview of that, please?
Yes, thank you. The department manager approached the district and wanted to permanently increase an FTE of the current EOPS care technician under categorical funding. Based on the need of providing support to the program, we, as part of having to negotiate that item through ERA requirements, we approached the union. The union was in agreement. Obviously, this is a benefit for one of their impacted bargaining unit members. And so we're permanently increasing a 0.74 FTE to 1.0. This was also part of your consent agenda. It was listed as a permanent change in assignment. Any questions?
Any questions on that? Thank you so much. Again, that was information only. And then 14.03, this is another CSEA MOU, Instructional Support Specialist. And this item is also brought to the board today as information. And if we could have a brief overview on that.
Yes, thank you. This was actually a long-standing situation we had in a specific department. The individual had been working in an out-of-class assignment. This reclassification was to rectify the current need for the department to acknowledge that the support is needed in a different classification. So as part of the negotiation process and the recommendation of the reclassification committee, we came to an agreement, and this is documenting that agreement to properly allocate the current incumbent into the different classification. Once again, the actual appointment to this person was included in the consent agenda item for this meeting.
Thank you so much for that. Any questions you'd like to ask? Okay, so moving on to 15, Information Administrative Services. This is 15.07, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, and thank you, Ms. Galindo. Bond Oversight Committee, CBOC, 2021-2022 Annual Report. This item is brought to the board today as information, and if we could have some this time I'd like to invite Diane M. Rubin, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Chair, to present this item. Welcome, Diane.
Good morning, Madam Chair, trustees, President Garcia. My name is Diane Rubin, and I am the chair of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, which is the oversight committee required under Proposition 39 after the passage of Measure B and CC bonds. Earlier this year, the CBOC issued its 21-22 annual report for the year ended June 30, 2022. As the independent oversight body representing Coachella Valley, residents. It is our duty to monitor the expenditures of bond funds to ascertain that they are spent as specified in the ballot measures. The 7 members of the CBOC are responsible for reviewing College Board actions in spending bond funds and reporting the findings to the public. One of the committee's primary roles is to review the annual financial and performance audits required under Proposition 39. For the period 21-22, we were presented with independent audit reports on the financial statements and internal control over financial reporting and compliance from the audit firm Eide Bailly on Measure B and CC bonds for the year ended June 30th, 2021. These annual reports are significant because this is where the independent auditors question costs and findings and state their conclusions. The audit reports had clean, unmodified opinions. The auditors identified no deficiencies in internal control, found no question costs, and had no findings. The auditors are required to perform compliance tests with specific laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements, and report any findings of non-compliance. There were none identified, and that is important. They also stated affirmatively that the results of our tests indicated that the district expended the bond funds only for the specific projects approved by the voters. In February 2023, this board approved Measure B and CC independent audits for the year ended June 30, 2022. While the partner from Eide Bailly discussed the details of the district audits, he did not discuss the bond audits at that meeting, so I would like to mention them now. I'm very pleased to report that the bond audits once again reported no findings or question costs and no deficiencies of internal control that the auditors considered to be material weaknesses. The auditors reported a strong 80% coverage of testing, which was similar to prior years, and found no instances of noncompliance. The financial statement audits once again had clean, unmodified opinions. Finally, in their report on performance, the auditors reported that their tests indicated that the expenditure of bond funds was, quote, only for the specific projects approved by the voters in accordance with Proposition 39 and outlined in Article 12A, Section 1B3C of the California Constitution, end quote. The auditors noted that their methodology included obtaining invoices, purchase orders, and other supporting documentation for over 80% of the total expenditures to ensure that they were properly approved, supported by proper bid documentation as applicable, expended in accordance with voter-approved bond project lists, and the funds were not used for salaries or other operating expenditures of the district. The auditors found no instances of noncompliance. My final comment is that the Oversight Committee has noted that you have passed a resolution requiring a forensic audit of, quote, each and every construction contract in the last 5 to 8 years, end quote. While not all of these contracts may be contracts that utilized bond funds, to the extent they were, we at the committee hope that every effort will be made not to duplicate the auditing work that has been performed by our independent auditors during these years, in which they audit, as I mentioned, over 80% of the costs without noting a single finding or question cost. We also request, as provided by California law, that you provide the Oversight Committee with the forensic audit reports that pertain to bond funds so that we can review them and provide notification to the public as appropriate. I wanted to mention here at this public meeting that, I know you know this, but for anyone listening, information regarding the committee including all the reports I've just mentioned, its members, its meetings, its agendas, please go to collegeofthedesert.edu/community/facility-plan/citizens bond oversight committee.php. Finally, thank you for allowing me to present this annual report to you and to the members of the community who are listening in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diane. And are there any questions for members of the board?
I just wanted to say thank you. By the way, that's a beautiful dress. It caught my attention. I had to compliment you. I just want to thank you for this, and I do want to thank you for reminding our community that the audits have been clean and that all funding is being spent properly. And I do want to appreciate everyone on the Bond Oversight Committee to ensure that that is the case. And it really does help with a lot of the misinformation that is out there. And I'm sure that the audit will be conducted in the most professional and legal manner. And I'm sure that, the reports will go where they need to go. But I do want to appreciate the update and the booklet. This is great for us to be able to refer to, and just thank you very much for all the hard work.
Thank you, and I'll relay your very kind comments to the committee.
Any other?
Maybe even including my dress, I don't know.
Any other board members have questions, comments? Thank you again,
Thank you.
Diane. That's very thorough. Thank you. And at this time, we're going to have a study session, 16.01, enrollment by zip code and program demand. And let me tell you, at the last conference I was at, they said that we have to get enrollment up, and they had various things, as you'll hear for some of my suggestions for future agenda. So please pay strict attention to this report, because it will tie in, I think, later to some other ones that we may get. So at this time, I'd like to invite Val Martinez Garcia, our Vice President of Instruction, to present this item. Please proceed.
Good morning. I was once told the worst place to be is between lunch and a group, but also to follow someone who's so well-dressed. So I tried with my shirt today, and I think I failed. Anyway, thank you for having me here today to present this. Madam Chair, Board of Trustee members, President and Superintendent Dr. Garcia, esteemed colleagues behind me and on Zoom. In this presentation, we'll be sharing information requested regarding program demand, head count by location, and preliminary data on FTES. Next slide. Or do you have the clicker for me? I'm sorry. Okay. This slide illustrates the top 10 most popular majors at COD in 22-23. As you can see in this academic year, the 5 majors at COD were health science, psychology, business administration, biology, and administrative justice. The next slide, this slide illustrates the top 10 most popular majors. Oh, I'm sorry, it didn't flip. This slide illustrates over the past 6 years, the health science building administration. I'm sorry, my slides are delayed. Here we go, there it is. This slide, over the past 6 years, you will see health science, business administration, psychology, and biology remain among the top 10 majors selected at COD. The blank spaces you'll see on this heat map indicate that the major was not in the top 10 majors for that year. However, over the last 5 years, it did make it into the top 10. The slide before you provides the top 10 associate's degree students that have earned at COD in the most available academic year. For example, the top 5 associate's degrees students earned were psychology, business administration, health science, liberal arts, and administration of justice. Across all years from 2017 to 18 to 22, I'm sorry, administration of justice, liberal arts, and psychology were the awards consistently earned among the top 5 associate's degrees. Note that through the pandemic and now into recovery, the college has seen a record number of completions in degrees and certificates. So where do our students come from? In this academic year, 44% of our students came from the East Valley service area. The light orange circles on this map, you'll see, 28% come from the West Valley, which are the dark orange circles on the map. 21% of the students came from the Central Valley, the dark blue circles on the map, and 7% came from other areas. The table on the right illustrates the number of students coming from each city within the COD service area. The slide before you now shows or provides you a summary of the students coming from each zip code by service area. This slide includes a summary of the number of students and percentages from each service area and the city they reside. As of this morning, the increase of our FTE is over 4%. And I wanted to show you this so that the board could see that we are in fact in a recovery mode. Although we are not quite all the way to where we want to be as a district, we feel that we are going to be close to the projection that Rod showed you earlier today, and that we will make our 9,200 mark as projected in the report he showed you earlier. Overall, we are seeing growth, you could call it recovery, of our resident students FTE and our non-resident students FTE, or non-credit, students FTES. These are all great things, and they're attributed to the fact of the hard work that everyone is doing. Moving forward, what we are going to be focusing on are two main objectives. One is enrollment recovery, and the other one is sustainability. As we recover, we need to make sure or ensure that whatever we put in place is a part of a broader view that will enable the college to be successful long-term, structurally and processes as we move forward. And these are just definitions and methodology. I apologize earlier for the slides. My laptop was not catching up with me. Are there any questions?
Hey, that was really great, Val. Those are some great things, and I hope all the trustees found that they had I think you guys all have a copy of it in your binder, I hope. No, oh, they don't. If you want one, please let Armando know. I know he'll be more than glad to, maybe not, but he'll get one for you anyhow, okay? Whether he's glad to or not. But I mean, that was really great. I could follow along in the paper, and it was really wonderful, and I have reference to that now. Any trustee have any questions?
I just want to thank you for the thorough presentation, and I'm glad that we went back a few years, just to ensure that we have that continuum and that in that space. I personally was not surprised by the data. It's what I expected, and just in reviewing the data and looking at projects that we've been discussing and whatnot. I mean, it's very clear that our students are from the West End are mainly in Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City. Then you have, all the other cities, which are Sky Valley and, all of those different areas. And it just, makes me sad that we never considered the project that was presented to us back in October, I believe, by the mayor of Desert Hot Springs, in which he proposed a project where we could build a campus. They were willing to donate 80 acres. We would build a campus there, and surrounding the campus would be restaurants, businesses, and his commitment to having a certain percentage of tax dollars go to sustain the campus. And it's just unfortunate that was never really considered. Being that the data supports that is where students are going. I do understand the proximity between the Palm Springs location and these communities, but I did take the time to speak to some students that live in Desert Hot Springs that attend College of the Desert. And, as we know, most those communities, we have a lot of students that have a full-time job and are going to school, or have a part-time job and are going to school. And it's difficult, for them to make that commute, because it is a commute. If you don't have a vehicle, it's quite a commute, right? Because you have to accommodate all of the transportation schedules. And by the same token, because I do listen to all sides, right? You can't just be stuck on, or fixated on what you think. And so I have heard from folks like, what if, we provided transportation and whatnot. But I think we are completely missing the fact that I want students to have access. And I am not here, even though, it's out there all the time, again, part of the misinformation, that somehow I only care about, the east end of the valley because I happen to have grown up there. It's not true. I care about human beings in general and people. But I've never been afraid to do the right thing and to make the right decisions. And for me, the right decisions will always depend on data, because it doesn't lie. Did anyone ask you to take any information that wasn't actually available to you?
No, no one asked me.
I didn't think so, and I
Yeah.
wouldn't think that you would do it, but I just want to point out, that these numbers are factual, and the data is factual. And I do think we need to pay attention to what our students want. And, obviously some of the projects that even I thought, might catch fire is not something that they're interested in. And there could be an argument that, well, they're not interested in it because it's not available, but I don't think so. I think our students, and again, because I do work for a school district, these choices here, or what students are completing their degrees in, coincide with what I hear in the K-12 system, right? It's where the interest is. It's the STEM fields. It's the environmental, fields. A lot of the students on the west and east end, most of our students that are choosing to stay here, it's because it's cost effective. COD is definitely a great place to earn an AA or transfer units. Always has been, and I, think that it will always continue to be. But yet, we do have a lot of students that their parents work hard in some certain industries. And those are not industries that the parents want their children to continue in. I know my parents sacrificed, as my dad is a landscaper, my brothers and sisters and we worked in the fields. And I know a lot of us have that story, so I'm not getting on that soapbox because I think it's most of us. But again, our parents always pushed education. They really didn't know how to help us, get to where we needed to be. But the passion was there. It was always like, let me see your homework. Let me look at your grades, let me see what's going on. But I do believe that the biggest factor is always access, right? Those of us who, whether you have an AA, a BA, a master's, a PhD, everyone has a journey and a story of how they were able to accomplish that. And the stories differ. We heard a beautiful poem this morning that hit home because I did grow up in the east end of the valley. But I'm going to say it again, that's not the only thing I'm passionate about. Everyone deserves an education. I don't care where you live. And it is true, Palm Springs is not just for the wealthy. There's also, a big portion of the working class. But just in moving forward, I also took some time to look at some of the slides that were presented, like at the Economic Summit, SCAG, and a lot of different events that are going on here. And also looking at the projected growth of housing and affordable housing. And it's moving in a very different direction, right? I know Desert Hot Springs is more affordable than, other areas. Even in India, where I live, the homes around me are, I probably wouldn't have been able to afford one had I not bought it when I did. And so I think we really need to be looking at all of these things. I have never made a decision just based on, how I feel in the morning or how strong my coffee is. It's really taking a look at everything, and I do take the time to do that. And, I just really want to charge this board with moving forward and us really taking all of that into consideration, right? I mean, obviously, you can't build a campus everywhere because that would not, be something that would be sustainable. But I do appreciate the efforts of other cities in the West End because I think, the whole political, debacle that we have with Palm Springs, where it almost seems like, there's some discord there directly. There really isn't. For me, we're looking at, the West End doesn't mean Palm Springs. It also means Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, Thousand Palms, Sky Valley, and Indio Hills. So many things in between. And again, the accessibility, right? Are the roads open to be able to get to the campus where you want to attend? Is the course offerings something that, have we really looked at the community to see what they want? And are we offering, courses there? Looking at this and being familiar with the city of Desert Hot Springs and seeing their campus, which is, just, some portables there. And I've said it before, and it's not a jab or stab at anyone, but it is a very unwelcoming place. It's like way in the back, this lighting is poor. There's not a whole lot of signage. And, I just think that if we want to draw students in, then we have to make them feel like they're appreciated, and we have to create a welcoming space. And, I'm not sure why all those decisions were made. And I wasn't here, so, there might be a good reason for that. But again, just looking at this and understanding where our students are and what they're interested in, I really just think that we really, really need to take a look at that and put everything else aside. I'm just as tired of, a lot of things that are going on here as a lot of you. But please understand that when my decisions is going to be based on data. It's going to be based on what is best for our students. And again, just to remind everyone looking at this data, the West End encompasses a lot of different cities. So, I just, again, want to thank you for that. And I really do hope that all of our decisions, past and future, are going to be based with all of this in mind. And it would be great, to continue to collect this data and inform us so that any decisions moving forward will be well informed. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Sure. And just a note here, the educational master planning process is underway. So much of the data you're talking about and looking at by region, by demographic, will be presented in that report that there will be, the planning process is going through. So we'll be back to the board in the fall to show you all that data. As you know, the board approved the EMP 2019, I believe it was, or 18. So we have to do it every 5 years. And so we're in that process again. So we'll be able to present that data through that report also.
Any other trustee?
I had a few comments. I saved my voice.
Oh, you're going to save your voice? Okay. Any questions?
Yeah.
Comment?
So, may I, Madam Chair? Okay.
Go ahead.
First of all, great report, Vice President Garcia. Thank you. Like my colleague, I was not surprised because I know that when we were at, originally when I arrived, we were in a county building in the East Valley. And then we built the initial structure, and we didn't have Measure CC passed yet. So fortunately, we passed it. And so we provided access, and that's why the capture rate of high school students is greater in the East Valley than in some of the other school systems, the high school capture rate. And so I was not surprised at all to see that because that we have provided access. I think that, we have delayed the West Valley for probably 2 decades, and I anticipate that we'll have very similar results of what we've seen in the East Valley. My written report for earlier is online, and it does talk about your report in there at length. I think this is a great start, but I think that it's an opportunity for us not to end it. And it'd be helpful for us to see things like historical weekly contact hours data, along with student employment, local and regional economic development strategies, labor market, employer desired skills, and local hiring projections. I think those types of things will help us understand the needs and the direction that we should be moving towards to be a college of the future and just not a college taking a snapshot in time. But again, I appreciate this information. I did want to point out in that report that the capture rate for Coachella Valley Unified in 2020, according to college data, was 31%. For Desert Sands, it was 37%. And for Palm Springs Unified, it's 26%. I think that illustrates in itself that there's a significant capture rate differential for the West Valley. In addition, when you look at the weekly student contact hours in the East Valley, they are double at 15,113 to 7,506 in the West Valley. So basically what that tells us is we are not providing opportunities by having faculty available and classes available for people to attend. And so if we provide those, I think that's how we're going to solve our enrollment issues. But again, outstanding presentation, and I appreciate Armando putting this up as my report earlier because there's more information in here. I couldn't describe the graphs in my report, and you can tell I'm not necessarily speaking regularly. So, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that's the last time I let Trustee Gonzalez go before me because she took a lot of my talking points that I was going to raise. But I'm in total agreement with everything that she brought up and brought forward. I share the exact same sentiment. I think moving forward, as we're trying to pick up our enrollment numbers, I think it's very important for us to look at which course offerings are being offered at different satellite campus and really bombard students with the courses that they really want and put them at the satellite campuses. I know we're only offering one course in Mecca, and really what I think is that's it's lack of interest in the course offerings that we have. I think if we bring those course offerings that students really demand closer to home, I think we'll be able to pick up FTES pretty significantly a lot sooner. And I think really working with our different high schools to increase and expand our dual enrollment programs, I think that's something that we can use our satellite campuses for. So thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Val, for that awesome presentation.
Thank you. Student trustee, do you have any questions on the report? I have, on the third slide, I don't know if you can get back to that or not. That was the one where it had the top 10 majors at COD from 2016-17 to 2022-23. And I know that some of the building out at the Indio campus was based on the fact that we had a growing early childhood education program. And I noticed that that's been in the decline. I don't know if that's in the decline because we're unable to get the students or we're waiting for that new facility to open up or if there's some other thing. But I also noticed the computer information systems that we didn't have previously has taken a large number of students. Yes. And I'm glad to see that finally we're getting, new programs in there that we didn't have before. And they're, being very successful. So, I'm really, really glad to see that, and this data does show that up. And, and my question for further research might be, where are we offering the computer information systems and where are the students coming from that are attending that? Because since that is a up and growing thing, and you can see the growth there in the last year even, that, how are we reaching those students and what could we be doing with other programs and what programs are going over well in what areas? I think that is something that we need to really look at a little bit further. But this is an excellent, excellent report, and I want to thank you so much for your time, your effort, and preparing this and showing us what the data is. And I know that before we had an East Valley campus, we didn't have a large population coming from anywhere in the east end of the valley. And when we first got the first Indio site out of the little community churches and out of Indio High School, and I don't even think we were using Coachella Valley Unified at all at that time when I first joined the board. We didn't have very many students from the east end of the valley. And the students out there that I taught at Jefferson Middle School, which is just on the other side of Jackson, right there on the corner, those kids had never been west of the fairgrounds. And I told them they could go to the community college, and they looked at me like I was from Mars or something. I had grown antlers out of my head, like I kind of do on St. Patrick's Day, because I dress up and all that stupid stuff. But, and the thing is, I kept telling them, no, it's for you. And that was why I ran for this, was so that we could get campuses. But we need to look at what those students want to take and offer those classes in their community so that it's seamless. It is backdoor. You go from your high school, you go to the community college, because that is the best path. It's the most economical. I wish somebody had really taught me that, because by me going away to college for that first semester, it put my parents back about 20 years, I'd say, financially, because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't get much of a benefit out of it. And I returned home discouraged, and they thought their dream of their kids going to college was just out the window. So I don't want that to happen to other people. So we need to make that a seamless journey. So we need to get more data. But this is a great start, and I really appreciate it. But we need to start looking at what are the students in what areas taking, so that we can offer it in their backyard, and they don't have to even transport anywhere else in the valley if we can. Now, can we duplicate all areas? No. And that's why we were kind of trying to get themes in the different areas for what the things are. We can't duplicate nursing in the east end of the valley, much as I'd like to, and I know a lot of students would love to take nursing. It's here at the main campus. It's not cost effective to duplicate it. There's other things that aren't cost effective. One reason we put the Early Childhood Development Center that will be opening soon in the Indio campus was we found a lot of those students were coming out here, and a lot of them were coming from Coachella out here. We wanted to have it closer to home. So I want to make sure that those students are still the ones that we're targeting, and that they will be utilizing that facility. Because if we're having people go from Palm Springs, maybe that is something we can duplicate, because we duplicated it from here to there, and we do need child development for our single parents. I know I was one of those. So, thank you so much for this data, and it's really informative in, looking at it and trying to figure out, what courses are going better and which ones are maybe on the downturn. Maybe we don't have employment in child development as much now as we did before. But I think we got a lot of little kids out there that need child development, from what my students are telling me, that they have to race home because they don't have child development for their kids. And that's at high school. So I think we need to continue looking at that data and continue trying to analyze and figure out what we need where and get those classes there. So thank you so much.
Definitely.
Madam-
If there are no more questions, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes.
I want to make sure that I acknowledge and thank our Director of Institutional Research, Oksana Guy, who is here, her and the research analyst, Gloria Isa and Andrew Kretz, took tremendous time collecting this data, and they do that for many other requests that we have as an institution, as departments, when we request a report. So I want to make sure I acknowledge them and thank them for that. And then one final comment, as you mentioned, our students who are transitioning from high school to the college and making that a seamless pathway. I met a young lady last week who you will have the opportunity to meet next week at commencement, who is 16 years old and is earning several associate's degrees from College of the Desert. So it is incredible that these opportunities are afforded to our local community members.
I expect to see her on the Today Show next week when I'm watching it instead of the ones I saw today. Okay, so thank you again. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone in the college community, for all your hard work in keeping our students here and being successful. Okay, at this time, we're going to move into 17.01, public comments. Request to address the Board of Trustees regarding matters not on the agenda. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. So 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comments section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding matters not related to the agenda. So Armando, do we have any public comments? Anyone wishing to speak?
There are no email or Zoom comments, but we do have somebody in the audience requesting to speak.
All righty.
Please come on up. And you're welcome to have a seat at the front. Please make sure the red light is on, and we would just need you to state your name for the record, please.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Dibble, and my comment is not necessarily a comment, it is a request. A couple of weeks ago, through the President's office, I submitted an email to each one of you, and I'm not sure if you received it or not, but I'm a resident of the Coachella Valley for almost 50 years. I'm a real estate broker, and my comment or my email was regarding a company called, or a corporation called Redlands. And I don't know if any one of you perhaps remember this email, but it was regarding the private money source that Redlands represents and how they utilize it throughout the country for national nonprofits, for colleges, universities, et cetera. And last summer, I approached this school, and because of the flux and change of folks that are no longer here, we kind of went nowhere, if you will, with our intent of having a conversation with you. So I just thought I'd take this opportunity to say hello, that my request is that perhaps we can visit on the subject of that email, which has to do with private capital to utilize that the school might need for whatever purposes, that we have had multiple discussions with staff members of the school. So there are folks on the campus familiar with this topic. I don't want to get too specific in a public environment, especially when it comes to perhaps the driving range topic and things of that nature, and or what you'd like to accomplish in Palm Springs. But I just thought I'd put a face to the email, say hello, and hope to be able to schedule some time with you fine folks in the near future. And that's it.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, we're unable to comment on public comments. So, Armando, is there anyone else?
That is the only request for a public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. So that brings us to 18.01, future agenda items. Student trustee Paul, is there anything that you would like to charge the new student trustee with, since you'll be leaving us, but maybe there's something that you wanted to get done that you were unable to do?
I can't really think of anything, but just maybe welcoming him. That's all.
And again, we thank you so much for your service. You did a wonderful job, and I know it hasn't been an easy year for you, both with your workload, both working and everything you're doing here at the college and all of your classes and all. And you've done an outstanding job, and then just the environment itself. So I really appreciate you having been here and being here for the students. So it's meant a lot. So thank you so much. And Trustee Kinnaman, would you like to have a future agenda item?
I'd like to, again, see Dr. Garcia's, Vice President Garcia's presentation again with a few more metrics in there. I know we've begun some programs like digital arts and film and some things in recent years that may not be high on the list that hopefully they pay high and they will end up climbing up on our program mix as we move forward. And as we partner.
I'm going to save your voice a little bit.
And as we partner with industry. So that was the only thing I.
Okay, because usually for agenda items, what we want is like a short statement, and then if you have specifics, you can just add them in writing, because that way we're not having to, like a discussion or somebody else wanting to chime in on that, okay?
Just to do over the report would be great later.
Okay. And you can write all the things that you'd like to see in that for future items. Okay, thank you so much. And let me remind trustees, this is just a time to throw that topic out there and then write down later, or at the time, what you'd really like to see in that so that they have a better idea as they're addressing that, or we're trying to get it on the agenda, okay? And we shortened the agenda today because we have the special board meeting this afternoon. So Trustee Perez, is there any future agenda item that you'd like to see?
Nothing at this time, Madam Chair.
And Trustee Gonzalez?
I do, and I'll try to keep it brief, even though I'm not losing my voice. I would like, relevant to construction of any project, that from now on, when it's brought forward, if the dollars, whether it be redevelopment, bond, whatnot, if it is being moved from any project to another, that we also receive those updates with the presentation in regards to anything that may be on the agenda that needs to be approved. And my second ask, just looking at the data enrollment, I think it would be beneficial for us to also highlight which high schools we are partnering with, doing dual enrollment, and what courses are being offered through the dual enrollment. And also, I'm sure the K-12 systems, the 3 local school districts, could support us with providing data of their seniors, if they're moving on to 4-year universities, or if they're selecting the community college here, College of the Desert. I think those numbers would also be beneficial. We may even want to look at if students are considering trade schools, and I know the K-12s do track that data, and I think it would be important, to expand.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you a list of stuff I want about dual enrollment after the last conference I was at. Plus, I'd like to have a study session on our budget, looking at what it would be if we were using our actual FTES. And I know that sounds weird, so I'll give kind of a written explanation. If you can connect me to who's doing that too, I can give them more information on that. But that was a suggestion from the conference. So those are my future agenda items that I'd like to see added. At this time, we will be recessing to closed session. The board will now recess to closed session. The live feed of this meeting will continue. Board members and President Garcia, I ask that you please join the session at, let's see, it's 12:19, so let's say 12:30 in the boardroom over there, okay? So
Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Test, test, test.
Just so to see if we get any kind of bleed. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Testing 1, 2. I think we're good.
Sounds good.
Ready? Okay. We're reconvening to open session from our closed session. There was no action taken. And if there's no objection, we will adjourn our Board of Trustees regular meeting from May 19th, 2023 at 2:32. Thank you.
Record.